Hello, everybody. We are doing good tonight. We are back with Timberborn. And last time we ended on a drought. So I'm currently in recovery mode. However, I should be good. I've got plenty of food, plenty of water, and it'll all come back. But last time around, we were working on many things and trying to survive. I realize I've got the audio way down, don't I? Whoop. Bump that up so we can actually hear what's musicking. I'm not just speaking over the void. But yes, we're playing as Iron Teeth. And my small little nation is up and coming. We have the mangrove farm. We've prevented a disaster at this area with the bomb that exploded and created the opening for this bad water to flow. And once it's overfilled, I'll actually start pumping bad water for dynamite and other items. On other notes, my last biggest project is related to this crater. The bomb blew up, unstable core rather. And so now I need to create a prevention measure of having this just constantly flowing bad water. And as such, my very dedicated beavers are working on the bridge with storage houses instead of planks. Good tip. Good resource saving strategy. Even if it is a tad slow in regards to getting it all built. Anywho, I realize I've had this geothermal dude for a hot minute, and I've not been utilizing it. It's 400 energy that I could be using stuff for. On a counterpoint, though, I'm waiting for science. That was the big thing I left off on. I remember now. I was trying to get the number cruncher raider. this bad boy, so I don't have to have people working science themselves. There was also thoughts on how to actually use this. I do still think I would like to make it a pond. That is my current thought. Okay, and you're working on the cassavas. Very good. I need water pumpers while the water is back. I don't want to run out completely for sure. Otherwise, we're off to a good... That's just logs. If y'all can't reach it, don't worry about it. Off to a good start on this map, I think, is what I'll say. I'll also say it's kind of warm. I may go bump the thermostat here in a moment. We are gonna have to do something to reach that. Okay. I'm gonna give that... Well, they have to build the whole thing, just... yeah. Give that moderate high priority so they focus on it. Because otherwise, we've got bad water running under the mountain here. Yep. Technically, it was already flowing that way, so that's not a big difference. I still have to figure out this problem. Now my mind's kicking in. What do I do when this floods with bad water? I need dynamite stat, but that's 1,000 science. Minimum, because I need the factory itself, and I need the dynamite science itself. Not to mention the energy it will require. How many gears do I have stowed? 0. How many gears does the dynamite factory? 30. I'm gonna unpause that and make sure somebody works it. I'm gonna decrease my builders. That way we can focus on some other projects. By the way, I am gonna go ahead and hit double speed, let them do their thing. I'm gonna go fix the AC real quick. Unstable core explodes. Well, I hate that I'm gonna miss out 3,000 science. That is way too far off for me to reach in 10 days. Unless I pulled some major shenanigans. With funny district placings. And bridges and things. That's unfortunate. I think I have to let that explode. Anywho, I'll watch my beavers for a second. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. AC has been activated. Okay, we got 3 farmers. That's as it should be. Got the tree planter and the tree choppers. I need one of y'all chopping these trees down. Yeah. Come clear up this area for me. Thank you. What 2 workplaces do I have empty? A flag and a flag. That's fine. Why do you insist on that space? I'm gonna pause that area. But having the metal is good because I do have a metal factory. I've got 30 gears. How much did this need? 60. I can hold 13. I need another spot for stowing those. Warehouse. That ought to do. Make this gears and that metal. And then I'll undo these selections. On that note, what do I want to stow down here? You know what? Just a whole heck of a lot of cassavas. Why not? It'll save this guy from running around as much. Food is doing good though. 600. Oh, we just had another kit. Very good, very good. Yeah, I think 2 for now will be plenty fine. You were the one that was just born. No? Where is this guy? What do you do? You are the district center, so you are building. You are building the way out stuff. How is that coming along? Slow and steady, I see. Mm-hmm. 300 more science and I'll have the science machine. I think I am going to stick with my original plan. This is going to be water. And on that note, this can be my mangrove farm. Outside of bad water tides and all that. Which leads me to thinking on this again. What do I do? I think I've already decided I need to barrel through a wall. 2,000 science for tunnels. Oh boy. Is it possible to... Not easily, if anything. That's so many layers. I can't redirect it. Unless I build a whole containment unit. That might be possible. I need those trees gone, though. Maybe not all of them, but a good chunk of them. Alright, I'm planning shenanigans. Because I think it will be possible to have it flood backwards. I think that's the answer. At least that's the answer I'm gonna go for. I don't have enough time. I do not have enough time. Alright, all of these mangroves are dead. I have 3 days to save what I can. I'm gonna slow it down for a second for me to think. No number cruncherator. But this area is gonna be bad tide. Oh, bother. I know those guys are probably carrying stuff out that... Nope, they're working on this. Oh, this is gonna be awful. The pipe... This is gonna fill with dirty water. That should prevent some flow in, but if any flows in, it's gonna flood. Which means all of this is in risk of flood. This is not the situation I was hoping to be in by the time I was ready for bad tide. But it's what I've got. I need more Path this way. Once the bad tide hits, though, I'm gonna have to pull the ripcord and say, do not go diving in the dirty water. Because the other thing, I don't have an herbalist yet. I don't have recovery for bad water. Yeah. It uses extract to even be able to heal. This is gonna be bad. Plays the Metroid escape thing. No joke. Alright, focus less on these and more on those. This is the first bad tide? Yes, this is the first bad tide. I've had like 6 droughts prior to this. This one will only last a day. Even so, that day is going to be dramatically awful. I think the good water here will balance out the bad water. I have my doubts, but that's my hope. Oh yeah, I do have a mega tank. I might should give up on this water dump idea for a bit. Too much land to cover. I did increase their work hours a bit to have them bulk up, stock up. Did you finish your 3 trees? You finished 2. Can they build that high? Maybe. I hope so. Take me to the next day. Blow it back down. Are you my tree chopper? Nope, you're the kid. Oh no, we have a dehydrated beaver. He'll be fine. You can do it, Rashi. Go chop that one tree. Dehydrated and starving. Oh, bother. I have 377 wood. Noted. Where are my builder people at the moment? There's 1. 2. You're building the staircase down, I see. Okay. Forest man, can you reach that far? No. Unfortunate. Like right at limit. Alright, reducing water droplets. I need to start storing. This puddle right here, though, now that it's filling up, that's a good start. Okay. You have chopped your tree. Good work. You may now go elsewhere. Alright, once... There's no way they're going to finish this wall. But once this is built, bad tides will be less trouble. Except the fact that my district is right around a water seep. Which it itself will become bad water. Oh boy. Yeah, planting mangroves here was a mistake, except it did allow me to fix my food problems for a bit. We'll come back to the water idea. We need to store for the bad tide. I also might need to start seeing about getting haulers. I don't think I have enough beaver resource to manage it, but it would help. Am I still working on the big evaporation pool? Yes. This is a long-term goal. Step 1 is complete. I have filled the center. The center of the donut is filled. Also, hey crowbar. Gears. I have 4. Okay. I think what I need to do most, if I want this to be filled, is a dynamite row for this water to leak in. But the other catch is, I need it to only flow when it's good water. And that's another project to work on. These guys. Throttle valves or fill valves. I feel like I need a fill valve or a floodgate. Floodgate would be cheapest, but fill valve I could automate once I get to unlocking some automations. A lever. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. Attach multiple floodgates to a lever system, if that's a thing. And then just have it close the floodgates when you flip the lever. That's where my thinking was. Oh boy, one more day till bad tide. This is not getting built. What are my builder beavers even working on? This guy's doing something. Who's this guy? Oh, campfire. Yeah, he's all for it. My bad. You enjoy your campfire. Got a good stash of wood. That's very nice to know. I'm going to put the forester back on. Hmm. Well, if nothing more, there will be some green through the bad tide, but this was a mistake. I realized this was a mistake. Got a decent stock of water, but I do not pump enough. Not for the amount they drink. Science is taking its sweet time. Here's another thought. What does it take to build this? 50 metal and 100 screws. Okay, even if I unlock it, it's gonna take a minute. And it itself uses 500 power. Okay. You know what? Even a slow burn would be good. Alright, another thought here. I can add... Ooh, an all hands on deck, go build things situation. Oh my gosh. No wonder they're not building the Great Wall. No bother. They might finish one block. Oh, bother. You're the only guy that goes diving in the water, I believe. I'll pause your workspace when the day ends. I guess the thing that worries me is I'm not familiar on how bad the bad tide drain is, aka how much water it will actually pump out. Good news is we've got kohlrabies. Got cassavas. What other foodstuffs can I make? Soybeans, but they need canola oil to ferment. Food factory, 120 power. Honestly, corn rations would probably be a good idea. And mushrooms require a crap ton of water. Yeah, my food system's good at the moment. So many things to think on. What is the least impact on my number of trees that I could path through this? Half a day. Cut directly through like that. That will eventually be my water path. Are you done chopping trees over? You're close enough. Alright, you are no longer a planter. Got a decent stock of planks. But, oop. He needs to work somewhere. I could keep him on farming, actually. Let's do that. One building unmanned. Okay. Ooh. No, they're all assigned. Okay, I was just catching up. All right. First bad tide. Here we go. I will say, part of me is hoping that this is a wide enough area that it all just evaporates. The back of my mind knows with 4 sources that is definitely not the case. 1.4. Closing in on the number cruncherator. Here's another idea. Since this fills up to the height that it's equivalent to, I need to build a barricade here and just allow this all to fill up once I get it going. Because then I can use this as my water pump puddle. Basically move everything from there over there. Oh boy, bad tide. How bad is it? Yeah, pretty bad. That's still pumping good water, question mark? Oh, wait a second. The water seep is gonna stay good water? Oh, bother. That is gonna fill fast. I'm in trouble. But it does look like water seep stays good water. That is good news. Great news, in fact. Very interesting. Dang, it's already half full. Well, y'all keep pumping the good water then. I also have an idea. I don't like it though. Thinking set up water pumps up here. Alright, here's my next thought. When this overflows, which way does it flow? The obvious answer is towards my base. The backup answer is towards the mine. I waited too late to assign that. Oh, buddy. Nothing to do in range. You may call off your work. Yep, there it goes. It's starting to flood over. The path of least resistance is towards my base. Wait, the water seep is starting to give bad water, huh? Huh? Hold on. Or is it just such a slow trickle that I didn't really notice it till now? Oh, yep, that mangrove farm, it's gone. Yeah, I knew this was going to be terrible. Good lord. I really needed dynamite to carve out a path. These pipes are awful. Holy smokes, dude. My entire nation's gonna be flooded. Okay. Also, tracks, this lasts a lot longer than one day. I think I need to reload. There is very little chance blocking this is going to help, but it's the only thing I can think to build at the moment as an immediate solution. I need it to flow through this area. Keeps reaching max height, so if it's at max height, nothing comes out. That's why it was staying blue. Okay. The red tide be upon me, and I don't think I have enough water or food saved to survive it. Nobody's got work. Not even my district house. Alright, what are the chances I could save this by relocating anywhere? Slim. I think that's the game. Because the other thing, they're not going to build anything if they're not even... Yeah, that's the game. Alrighty. So you've returned stock? Yes, yes I have. If I go back to 3 days before, I think I can save it, rather than starting back where we started the night. I'm gonna go here. And try this again. So hard map is hard. All right. So this is before... Okay, 2.5 days. I have 2.5 days to make a miracle happen. That miracle is... Don't waste your time. Doesn't have to reach the wall, it just has to reach across. And it also has to block anything trying to come from this direction. Okay. Got enough sticks, I need enough workers. Here's the plan. This wall has absolute secondary priority, because the other thing I'm going to do, I must commit the science to say, hey, we need that built absolutely immediately if we are going to survive the bad tide. Catch is, I don't think they're going to finish it. Stop wasting time on the drip pump. Okay. Let's make a miracle happen in 2.5 days. If not, we're gonna reload a little further back. whatever's going on here. Stop. Oh, you're a metal gatherer. Okay, that's fine. What are the chances I could get dynamite? I could. I don't think I could make enough in under 2 days, though. This is going to take too long to build. Okay, they're getting closer. All right, we got another 4 builders in the doing things. We're working 20-hour days. This is a must get done. Shoot, I selected it too soon. You'll need to finish the other builder's hut first. They got the materials, just hammer it. Alright, all hands on deck. Build the things. So at this point, I have a day and a half for a miracle, and I just hope I have enough wood to last. 12 and 12 is 144. 288 would be 24. How many did I place? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm going to be cutting it close on trees. Dude passed out absolutely exhausted from the 20-hour day. I understand. We need that tree chopper to keep the logs a-coming. Everything's high priority, nothing's high priority, I know, but we'll give up on science for a second. One less farmer. Keep the logs a-coming to keep the builders a-running. I've got a better chance now. I could have reduced my building by 1. That's okay. Don't build that one first. Build this one first. Okay, wait. Yeah, you could reach it from both sides. Never mind. Alright, that is a couple of 20-hour days. We'll see if we survive. Because I have to build another 10 tomorrow. Or it's a bust anyways. Oh boy. Pump less water, so less bad water pops up from the seep. 9 days bad tide. These pipes are awful. Oh no! Now you can't reach it. Destroy it. Build this one first, doofus. If that one block screws up everything. Alright. Build it. We need every bit of pushing it away from base. What are y'all doing? Build this one. Build this one. Oh, bother. Still running at double speed. That's gonna come over. Finish the building. We can take a few droplets. We can't take the whole flood. I may be rewinding a lot further back. I'll shorten the days because y'all need food and water and stuff to take care of yourself. Focus. Focus a block at a time. This is bad, but a whole lot better than last time. No, don't split focus. Focus one by one. We're still catching so much. Focus blocks, buddy. Don't work the end of the line. Good Lord. Natural dam. That'll eventually flow over, so you got that working for me. Alright, they've hit the 18th hour, so they're about to go to sleep with a only mostly finished blockade wall. I'm gonna have so many contaminated beavers. This is gonna flood overnight. this backflow, the fact that I've not been able to stop it. Gonna mess me up when the sun rises. Limited edition sparkly variants. Oh, board. Speed through the night, please. Not to the point of overflow, which is good. They have got to finish that wall. And I know I've got both of them on water pumping. That's to prevent the overall flood. You stop gathering mangroves. I don't want you getting sick where you don't have to. Right now it's just the building beavers that are at risk. Where's the other 12? Bringing sticks. Alright, good. Whoo, buddy. Well, I think if I survive this, I've got it made. Oh, bother. Alright, the backflow is stopping. Alright, who's working on that last block? Because once y'all have it finished, y'all can go back to lives as usual. Stop pumping. Whatever fresh water we have is what we live off of for 8 days. Because otherwise we kill off our farms. Alright, the Great Wall of Block the Bad Water has successfully been constructed. My lord, bad water pipes are awful. Okay. I'm going to leave those there in case I need building beavers to build things post haste. Alright, these won't die for some 19 days. That's good. Uh, 300 some water, 24 beavers. 240 if I just estimate 10 days. I should be good with a variance of 80. Alright. I have 5 beavers with unknown do things. You're a farmer now? How do I get science water? $600 science. 30 metal bars. I have 6 beavers who are unwell. 07. Unless I can pull some shenanigans. That's worth 200 science towards the goal. Yeah, as this is evaporating / putting out bad water itself. Hmm. Ouch! I think my goal before next bad tide, I'm gonna say screw this operation. It can flow where it wants to. Because the other half, I'm gonna send the bad water through here anyways. But on that note, if I'm trying to have it backflow from 4 pipes that basically flooded this entire area in half a day, that's going to be some pressurized poo water. It may still overflow the gate that I build. I guess is what I'm thinking there. It very much will. I don't think it's a question. I think it's a fact. Oh boy. Food's good, water's good. Water's running down though. Let's drop the hours back to standard. One of the things I also didn't consider is if they're working longer, they eat more, drink more. 3 beavers that are jobless. Farm, I guess. Got a cooker, we've got a screw maker. 300 science. I could get a metal maker so I could actually do the decontamination pod. Where'd we go? That is a giant science setback. So I'm faced with either letting 6 perish to the contamination or dipping into my science by 4. $1,000. Oh my gosh. I've got 1 beaver without a job. You're now a scientist. And honestly, all 3 of you are scientists now. If I'm going to save you, we science. Not just 1,000. Wait, do these need energy? These need energy. How much does centrifuge? 200? Okay. But the thing I didn't account for was the 300. That took all of my science. I have some regrets. I'm gonna get a measly 200 back. As the saying be, if needs must. What's flooded? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. One of them died of old age. Indeed. That is quote-unquote the only acceptable death. Death by old age. I'm gonna give all this low priority because I can't... Oh, need power here too. Can't daisy chain because I can't build those first because I need the metal. Alright, y'all focus on this. And in the meanwhile, anybody without a job, y'all are scientists. I really want to go pick all that mangrove fruit, but I really don't want another unwell beaver. I'm good on food. I got cassavas. I've got cassavas. Alright, we're going to speed things up. We're going to try and get through these 6 days of bad tide. Oh, bother. As the land dries up around me due to contamination. Also, my gosh, that river is flowing. $373 power could be generated from a windmill, watermill. That is gigantic. Alright, 236 days, 24. 120 on 5. 144 on 6. I've got enough water. I've got enough food. I'm afraid I need another scrap metal collector. Because the other part of that is the scrap metal they're collecting to build the building is not all that's going to be needed. I need to melt some of it down. Screw processor 42. I think you can take a break for a moment. You can be a collector. And that is about to explode. That is more... No, it is not more water to the problem. It just gets rid of the free science had I made the mad dive for it. Yeah, all of the water seeps are starting to turn that weird purpley contaminated. Not long before my own will do the same. And I'm afraid it's going to be much sooner than 5 days. You're a plank maker. Okay. What did I just say? The clean water, it's run out. So if there's any left in that tank, go ahead and pump it. Productivity. %. Next to nothing. Oh. We have shiny beavers. Poor guys. They worked their absolute hardest to keep the colony safe. 07. And if I somehow manage to get this up, to get those up, then we may just be able to save them. Where are my builder beavers? Collecting scrap to build the metal factory. Okay. I need a scrap collector. That is a problem. Farmer John on the kohlrabi. Take a break. Take a break. We need metal. Please. Bad water pumper, take a break. Oh, bother. 194 days. 23. 80 and 12. 92. I'm still good on water. And I'm going to say this is empty of blue. It is not, because I still have green grass. Take it all. Alright, metal collectors. Need so many planks. And we will need so many gears. Alright, remove one water pumper. I need a gear. I need a gear maker. Yikes. One injury. Are you recuperating? Yes. Okay. Decided to activate all 3 pods a bit ago. Y'all may have seen it, but if I'm at risk of losing 6, I need to recoup. Need 3 planks. Make some planks. If everything's high priority, nothing's high priority. I know. Yay. Yay. Stop planting trees. Tree chopping is not a high priority at this moment. 4 unmanned jobs. Did we get the metal we needed to build the thing? Yes, but we need metal to smelt to metal. Yes. Sure. Three more planks. I do need gears, but I need planks. You're surprisingly still able to pump water out of that, but I think it's time to call it done. As everything begins to brown. Three days. Oh, bother. Good news, we're starting to make metal. Bad news, I don't know how long a contaminated beaver will live. Regrettably, I do not think I will be able to save him. But I can at very least say I made the attempt. I'm surprised the mangroves still live in the mostly dirty water. Trees are pretty resilient. There is that. Got plenty of bad water once we get up and going. Oh, there they go. Contamination finally hit its peak. No longer able to survive in the puddle. Oof. Oof, indeed. On the one hand, though, this is the the better outcome of the two timelines. Yikes. 100 water would be good. I think I'm going to save when it hits nighttime. Just so I'll have a checkpoint. Alright. Cruel Tool Enterprises. Indeed. $16, $4, and $6. 26? Let's pause one of those. I don't want a huge number of kits, but I do need a few to take over. Actually, no, I do need all y'all building this so y'all can get it finished, but I don't have the metal, so never mind. Need planks and gears in large quantities. So it looks like contaminated beavers have a very long life, which is good. It gives me a chance to save them. But even still... It's actually not good. No, 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 no. It's good. I get a chance to save them. Because they eat food and don't work for a long time. Yes. It's good from an ethical standpoint. 2 beavers without jobs. I guess... Oh, I thought I clicked that back up. Yeah, y'all build things. We are going to be hurting for water when this clean cycle comes. Hurting for a lot of things, actually, but you know. Yeah, we had just enough water. The other thing I wasn't taking into account is the baby pods. They use water. Alright, pause that one until we get the pumps up and running, because we have 20 on backstock, which means you are going to be dehydrated for a couple of days. There's also the fact that this bad water is not going to immediately evaporate. Now that pump's not pushing out so much bad water, we've got that in our favor. Here's a funny thought. Is there a floodgate type thing? Or I guess just a regular gate. That would block water. I don't think so. Oh, that's just gonna be flooded bad water for a while. Okay. I guess the other thing to think on here is I'm pumping this water. It's not gonna come clean for a hot minute. Hmm. Alright. It's a sideways thought. But if I pump out the bad water, it should bring the good water, which will allow me to pump out the good water, which will bring more good water. Oh my lord. Alright, we're over 60% complete with that project. I do need some tree choppage. Don't have the gears to pay to finish that. Here's another thought. Do these need chopped? They do. If the source itself isn't contaminated, the logic is solid. Indeed. Pump the good water to get the more of the good water. The other thing I'm noticing, though, if they don't pump the good water right now, I'm going to be out of the good water. We have no cassavas on backstock. Go find another job. No other jobs are open. Okay. You're a builder. What are my current open jobs? The fermenter, science machine, should be low priority anyways. Or rather, if there's openings, that's where they go. Which, speaking of, 800 science, not bad. We did collect the science machine there, good. I'm gonna reclaim some of these materials. I'll worry about that little stash of metal later. We have drank our last drop of water. Oh boy. Where are my gears going currently? I need gears pronto. This is now low priority. I'll give it standard priority, but this is high priority. Oh no. I haven't even recovered from the last one. Oh no. Ha ha ha, you wanted to recover? I would have liked to. The good news is the wall is in place. The bad news is I'm not ready. So, indeed. There's no good water to be had. I'm dead. I have 3 days to gain as much water as I can from this bad water pool that is going to be bad water again. I'm still recovering from contaminated beavers. My food supplies are shot. Grab whatever berry bushes you can off of those berry bushes. Oh boy. I think I have to go low beaver count. Let whoever dies off die off. But the problem is, now I'm fighting dehydration on top of other things. I need water to grow a garden, but I can't grow a garden because there's no water. I spent my time building this decontamination thing. Which has not helped. Are you able to plant anything once you're done delivering the metal? There is some green. Alright. We're gonna live on 1 cassava. 1 cassava and a dream. Actually, I can't pause that pump. I need the water so bad. I'm thinking about dehydration. Uh-huh. Yep. Uh-huh. This is too late of a solution. But now my contaminated beavers have been ejected from the colony. I have 1 day to pump as much water as feasibly possible. tree, the tree. Colony is now -1 happy. Unsurprising. You're going to be contaminated. I guess you're going to get ejected also. Okay. Probably wouldn't be bad at all if you made the center place of wall before starting the outer one that blocked off the... Huh? Right. That one that they built in weird order, yeah. It didn't help, but there were still these 8 or whatever that had to get built that did not. Alright, we are pumping every drop of good water we can manage, and it's not going to be enough. Where's this guy? I'm dropping off his haul. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna have to roll it back quite a ways. My next thought is really got to get dynamite, despite the wanting to save my science for a number cruncher. Dynamite would be a godsend, because then I could do the water puddle thing. How many days of bad tide? Okay. So I'm gonna have to roll it way back if I want to try and save this map. And I would like to. Also, that achievement notice, that's just cruel. Experience 2 bad tides in a row. Yeah, thanks. Alright. There is no way I'm surviving with a water puddle that is near gone, with stores of 50 water, and dwindling / non-replenishing food. For 14 days. If you can save the mangrove? No, they've been long dead at this point. Unless you're talking about with the rollback. Yeah. With a rollback. Rollback. I did. Might. I might. Okay. Let's go back in time. Hey guys, welcome to stream. I'm Chibikuro Asagi, and tonight we're playing Timberborn. They would have died from starvation, if not dehydration, at that rate. Considering each of them eat at least one food a day, there was 14 plus 2 or 3 kits in the colony. That's 17 times 14 days. It was too much. Too much going wrong. All right. What I was going to say though, I've emptied my beverages, and since we are going back in time, I feel like this is a good checkpoint to step away a moment. And hey Jimmy, have you heard of Timberborn? Beaver. I have. All of this project needs to get cut. What I was going to say though, I'm out of beverage. I'm gonna refill beverage. And I could reclaim those logs would be best. For now, I'm gonna cut the building plan. And then I am going to immediately buy dynamite. Because I've realized I'm not going to have time to get the number cruncher, to get it online, and all of that other fancy stuff. Because it needs 100 gears. Too much time for too little everything. If I can recover this wood and build the Great Wall. So many things to think on. These are junk. With consideration of I'm gonna dynamite. Which needs bad water, which I have none, which should come soon because the water is going to rise. Alright, so that's where we're starting. I'll be right back. Alright. Time to whip up a miracle. So, factory and the actual item. And the fun part is figuring out where to put the factory, and it's going to go right there. Beyond that, though, I need to start working on all of the garden stuff needs to get going again. I think I will take this opportunity to double up on mangrove fruit, either mangrove or kohlrabi. No, last time I had that set up to be screws and gears, but different focus at the moment. Kohlrabi and mangrove fruit. Potentially get me a second mangrove picker. I'm not gonna boost my pods. Low population is what I'll need. Let's try and collect materials where I can. Doop doop doo. You can do the metal thing. You can do the bad water thing. Blah, blah, blah. Once upon a time I had the double builders up here. I'm gonna give those just standard priority. Everything past this section now considered off limits. We are going to start early on this. I am giving it a little extra space than it had last time, but I think that's going to be okay. We're going to give that some priority. The mega water tank that I had built, yes, it's there. Oh, y'all need to be pumping water immediately. These are going bye-bye. And I forget the line I made earlier, but I think it was on this one. Everything before that line is off limits. Please cut that line. Uh, 34%. Alright, we're changing the line. That's my line. A few trees to lose, but the impact will be significant. That said, remark that for planting. I got Shosh. Mangrove picker. We got 2. Let's focus this building. Alright, so if nothing more, I will end up holding more food. I should hopefully end up holding more water. I think I give up all the cassavas here. Immediately, so that I can end up having more water. It's in a terrible spot. My other thought is on the contamination pump. If they finish this wall, I won't need it. Giving it low priority, but once it's built, kick everybody into gear. And if I get the bad water, bad tide notice prior to that, those are going to go immediate focus. I get rid of 6 plants either way, so I might as well focus those 6. Okay. If we really want those cassavas, can I plant that far out and it still be good? Looks like it. Can't reach. Can reach. Good. This needs gears. My gear factory is off. Plus worker, plus priority. Please grab those. All right. It's smooth sailing until calamity. And on that note, I think I'm going to go ahead and immediately bust one of these. For the sake of letting that water flow. 6 open jobs. Who's not doing things? Bad water pump. Fermented cassava. Come back to the idea. Science machine, that's fine as long as we have one. How do I see their priority on this tab? Do I? All our priority. Metal screw building. You're not at capacity yet. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Oh wait, yeah, screws and gears go in regular storehouse. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Means I can fit multiple of these in the space like so. That can be screws. That can be gears. I'll figure out what those are later. I'm gonna pre-mark for more gears and more screws, though, I think. Better idea. What if? Metal. And what are the other options? Treated mud. Okay. I don't think I have a spot for rusty metal. Yeah. Do a rusty metal here. Then I'll figure out something for fancy stacking there. Eventually. I'm going to give all this extra low priority. But it will be sitting there waiting for attention. This project needs higher priority because I want a third water pump pronto. Alright, I'm going to bring speed back up because I think I've mapped out the majority of what I'd like to have happen. Okay. Delete. And grab it eventually. I need that bad water to be pumping so I can make the dynamite once the dynamite's going. But I need gears. Okay, which needs planks, which needs wood, which needs beaver. Alright, we went and picked it up. Good. I'm curious if it'll reach a point that all the water flowing here floods anyways. Kind of afraid of that thought. I think the answer is yes. Alright, day 3. No notice. I can fit this here now. Very good. High priority. I would like that medium-sized water tank maxed out. You know what? Packaged cassavas. Alright, with the kohlrabi building built, good. Start harvesting and stashing more of that. I think I'm gonna go ahead and throw down a second large water tank. I'm gonna give it not the highest priority. What do I want to stash here? Dynamite. I'm gonna stash dynamite by my district center. What an excellent idea. Alright, gear maker. We're getting close to dynamite making, which is good. The thing I'm gonna have to work on though is how to like I think I floodgate it for the initial 150 science. Narrator. It was in fact not a great idea. Oh. They're building the building to build buildings. I understand. Keep up the great work. However, don't pull from my immediate resources of gear crafting. Alright, so that'll set us at 6 builders. That's plenty good for the immediate moment. Dun, dun, dun. I'm gonna save here as we go into the night. Cassava cooker, you're gonna get some priority. Mangrove fruit picker. There's the notice. Okay, so my save was at a good moment. Unfortunately now, y'all are high priority. Screw the gears. Build the wall. That must be completed before the flood, or everything just cascades into failure. What was the 150 science item I was looking at getting? Floodgate. Alright. On the off chance I get the explosion factory up and going, and I managed to get my line at dawn of the first day. 72 hours remaining. We're working overtime. Pump the water, plant the gardens, pick the fruits, do it all, do it all, do it all, do it all. Work hard, work hard, work hard, work hard. Work hard, work hard. Down, 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 down. Bam, 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 bam. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Bum, 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 bum. Why are y'all building non-prioritized levees before the prioritized levees? Alright, the good news is I will have the wall finished. That is the good news. Bad news is I will not have a maxed out water tank. Which isn't all that bad, but it is a concern. You're thirsty and you're swimming in the water? Just go grab you a drop real quick. 4 buildings left. I'm gonna send y'all back to regular workday works. Assuming priority didn't goof me over. It most certainly did. Because I told them build. But once I pause this other building, he should go back to making gears and fermented cassavas and all that good stuff, so it will work out. Why are you going out there? Dude, it's gonna get flooded. You are grabbing the metal scrap. I appreciate it, but that is probably not the safest thing to do right now. Alright, that will finish tomorrow. Those 4 guys... Oh. Nice. The wall is done. The flood will go where it must. Y'all are insisting on emptying that. I appreciate the efforts. However... my building for metal scrap. Let's actually get that built. Y'all do need somewhere to store it. 1 day remains. We will have a lengthy day of overtime. However, it will not be near as lengthy. Food is a problem. Long work hours, they're not getting a chance to get bites. Yes, do break that. Thank you. Bum bum ba-dum, bum 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 ba-dum. 4 more gears and I'll start making dynamite. Bro, can you chop the last tree in the line? Bum bum ba-dum. Ba-ba-la-ba-la-ba. Ba. I could still send y'all out for materials on occasion. I do not have any logs. Okay, that's done. Now I can remark all of this again for chopping. Bum 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 bum. those were unmarked for pathing. That makes sense. That do make sense. Moment before the first day of the flood. Quick save. And I am gonna let one dude pump the water. Is my current thought. This whole line is disconnected now. Do not go down there. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What is he doing? What did I just say? Don't go down there. Okay. You made it out. Good job. You actually do not have anything to do at the moment because your other tank's not finished building. Okay. Lyra! God, sure enough. I missed who it was I clicked, but yeah, that was definitely his name. Absolutely. Alright. Here's what we got going this time. The core is going to explode. Fantastic. But the wall is built. I won't have any contaminated beavers. Clean water stays in the colony. Bad water should drain out this way, minus that puddle there. We have food, we have water. Ooh, wabala. We're working regular days again. It was another 9-day for the first bad tide. Worth noting. Alright, but things are looking good. Let's reduce that back to 1 planker. That way I can have 2 choppers. I used up a ton of wood. Cassava buildings, got the cassavas. We could reduce to 2, I think, for now. Yeah, y'all can clear out those sticks. Once this is actually, yeah, focus that. They're waiting on gears. Okay. Okay. Alright, we have 600 water. You're the only pumper. The mangrove dudes are gonna get contaminated. And I will not have science to save them. 1 beaver without a job to do. Alright. I'm afraid I must pause the mangrove picking season. For your safety. Unconnected building? Dynamite factory. Yeah. That seep is brutal in range. Yes. It is basically the lifeblood of the colony, except during bad tide. And that's why I want to try and get this line of dynamite done, so I can have good water anytime, all the time. Coming back to that idea, though. Oh no. Oh no. It'll have to be what it'll have to be. Now the fun question to ask is, how do I get a water pump on top of this? Perhaps two even. I think that's the answer. Once I can get it orientated. I'll make that a high priority once we get it. Metal parts is what we're waiting on now. Okay, so that's good news. 245, 150, 395. That is like the absolute maximum I can draw off of that one. $550, 23, 6, 120, 138. I'm good on water. What are you rating on? Metal pieces? Rating on metal pieces, of course. You know, if I can get haulers, that would save some of the trouble these guys are having. I'm going to set up 2 haulers so that the metal collectors themselves can just focus on metal. Okay, I can have 2 buildings prioritized by haulers. Good. Wait, hold on. Metal parts. Day by day, my planting range shrinks. I'm not maxed out on kohlrabies. Put you up on harvest. The unstable core is about to... Kaboom! Okay, whoops. Here's when that one activates. think that is the last of the bombs on the map, too. Which is good news. Those pipes are awful. The amount of sludge water it's just pumping out. This is about to be done for in terms of clean water. 450, 24. Y'all could each have 2 drops. Still be fine, I think. Rethink that. 5 and 24, 120. Yeah, I got plenty of water. Just... here's a thought. I've still got both of those running. I'm gonna pause that one. Need one more screw. Come on. Come on, Teeter. His name's almost Cedar. Alright, once I get Giant Evaporation Pool, as it was called, up and going, I will have somewhere to pump clean water despite bad water. Can't reach. Oh. Let's see. Should be able to if you build those two. Oh, we have our first dynamite. Heck yeah. This is now our priority item if we have the gears so that we can store more bad water. The haulers are doing their part. 2 jobs unattended. Lumberjack, that's fine. Oh, this is almost clear. Very good. How about I do this number? Metal collector. A prioritized one. Who can I give up? I think when I pause this for finishing out the trees, he'll switch to metal and that'll be perfect. 3.9 days of bad tide remaining. I feel like I'm gonna have to do the bad water pump here like I did before. Pump out the bad water so I can get the good water. Where's platform? And very low priority bad water collecting right there. Nice. So now the limiting factor on my dynamite is bad water. So there's that. We are focused on harvest instead. Got nearly 1,000 food, which is very good. The Sava stores are emptied because it's starting to die from drying out. Makes sense. Why I switched to harvest mode. Alright. There is 2 water pumps. Once the dynamite's blown up, I could squeeze a 3rd with some platform shenanigans. Boom, 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 boom. No. Best spot will be right there. Okay. Keep up the good work, colony. Keep up the good work. 2.5 days of bad water remaining. That is a ridiculous sight to see. Those 4 drains just completely wrecking the area. Look at the speed of this water, too. $383. Good lord. That is some fast flowing poo water. This is prioritized. Where am I? Let me follow a hauler at the minute. Okay. Dehydrated and starving. Man, I chose a good one. Grab a drink of water, grab a kohlrabi, and keep on running. I think I'm going to turn 1 plank maker. Be whatever the job is missing. You can be a hauler now. Wait, there's 2 jobs missing, huh? Why are there now 2 jobs missing? Bad water pump finished. Got it. This is a priority versus... You weren't pumping. I goofed. No wonder dynamite was being delayed. I think 3 haulers is good though. Dynamite's missing materials. Scavenger flag unassigned. We need metal for screws. Somebody needs to focus that. Yeah, science machine. Medium priority. Okay, so science and scavenger flag. Fine. I think 3 haulers will benefit me because the workers can focus working. 1 day remaining of the bad water tide. $240 water remaining. Let's follow a carrier. Injured beavers. Oh bother. Also, I'm so glad my mangrove pickers did not get hit with contamination. It was a concern. Drop off the metal and go grab another something. Okay. Those can be paused for the moment. And they've built the platforms, which is great because this will be the 3rd water tank on top. Can't pick if you fall sick. That is correct. But no one fell sick. And that's what I was happy about. Alright, I'm going to save before the good water comes in. But I think that was a much more favorable timeline of events. Much more favorable. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. I need good water to be back. Before I go ham on the water pumping. I realize I'm destroying my mangroves by pumping currently. Sacrifice must be made. I must get the water out so the good water comes in. Even with the Leroy Jenkins outrunning the seep. You know, it's crazy that this is still flooded. It makes sense. Okay. Would really not... I would really like to not kill all of them off. Also, please, whatever you do, do not go plant mangrove until later. There's no water to be pumped here, but I appreciate your zealousness. With things starting to get back into the groove, I will turn back on that. I wish there was a quicker way to get rid of the bad water once the season of bad water is done. I think that is the issue from here out that I must solve. And the other thing I think I have to commit to is these mangroves are dead. They just are. I need to fix drainage. Yes. I'm sure there are many things that need fixed. And I am beavering my way to those solutions as beaverly quick as I can beaver. Isn't there like a contamination identifier? Yes. If I open it up a little, I should get some more clean water coming. Actually, was that the... Yes, it was. That'll be path, that'll be floodgate. That'll work, yes. My water's holding steady, which is okay. But I need to be on the gain. I need to get back on the up and up. Food is fine, but I need to get in here and pick these mangroves. There's so many need to do's that I need to do. Make sure I don't blow up a beaver. Okay. Floodgate goes here. Would you like to learn how to defuse the water seep? If there is a better way for me to handle it, and I partly think I know there is, yes, I will take and advice. Because I know this guy's working as hard as he can, but it's not quick enough. So about the contamination covers, I cannot. They don't exist. They're not considered bad water sources. They're considered seeps. But on top of that, this is a water seep. So even in that case, I could not put a dome on it. Also, surprisingly, 4 days, no next bad tide announced. Food is starting to dwindle. I'm gonna give you some priority by haulers. I shouldn't send in a guy for the mangroves, but I'm doing it. Surround it with mostly levees, floodgates or valves. Let it flow out during fair weather, close it during bad tides. 4 blocks above the seep will contaminate, but not the entire pond. That's clever. That's actually pretty clever. So what you're suggesting is... Let me pause and use another one as an example. You're saying do something like this. In some fashion. So that the layer it fills up is strictly the seep itself. I like that idea. Thank you. So the problem is I have to implement that before next chaos. Beavers are already unwell. Yeah, that's what I figured. Alright. Thank you for collecting the mangroves. I've doomed you. I'm gonna save it before the next day kicks in. And if I can manage 1,000 science, I'll save that beaver. No notice. Alright, we're good. Okay, my goal is to get this dynamite line dynamiting. That way the flow outward will encourage the blue water to come back. I was about to say, why are you flooding? What the heck? Okay. I do think this idea worked, but it was not highly effective. Come on, I need one more dynamite. Alright, there is no way there's not an announcement tomorrow of either bad tide or drought. I'm hoping for drought. Of shorter than 10 days. I do not have water. That's kind of what I've expected. Is dynamite ready? Let it flow. Alright, it will look bad for a moment. We're boosting days to catch up on water. I'm gonna slow the flow out just a smidge. The amount of clean water never actually cleans the bad water, does it? I don't think so. Alright. I need a brave builder person. That's considered out of range? Really? Need a brave builder person. Clean water doesn't clean bad water, but it will evaporate like other water. Fair. Focus on destroying trees. Alright, water should start catching up. But I am going to push my beavers to work extra hard for a moment. Okay, not extra hard. Everybody's starving and dehydrated. Just regular extra hard. 18 hours. What jobs am I missing? Cassava? I don't have any banked. Science inventor, lumberjack, metal. Okay. Pause that. That is prioritized, but I don't have enough beavers. Okay. Floodgate. Alright, I'm gonna raise that again. I know it's not at the point where it's leveled and filled, but this is a good start. And this will get all of that back up and going. Thank you for the suggestion of the floodgate shenanigans. Planks, yeah. This guy can probably stop what he's doing. Oh no, they're turned 2 different ways. It's okay. This guy is not going to have any more bad water to pump. Yeah. You can now go up there. Building project is almost finished. Y'all can return to your normal daily duties. If you want to automate it, I'd link it to a weather detector rather than a contamination sensor. That makes sense. Core blows up in 3 days. Oh, this bad tide's gonna be bad tide. I'm curious if this river ever overflows. It very much has the potential to, with all those pipes pumping in. That being a seep, I have my doubts. Alright. Night before the second bad tide. 600 food, 400 water. I think we'll survive. But I don't think it'll be all that pretty. Especially if it's like before the timeline reset and it's a 14-dayer. 9 days. Okay. I almost goofed. I almost goofed big. But the good news is, got water. I can pump it through the season. Dynamite storehouse. I can also start fooling with that idea of rerouting certain bad water puddles to my whims. I would really like to get a number cruncher raider online, though. That would be my next big thing. Where's this guy at? He's coming. Okay. All of my gear is getting used up as soon as I have them. One contaminated beaver. I'm sorry, Zenma. But thank you for picking the mangroves one when you were able to. Like 1,300 science, because I need smelter, centrifuge, and decontainment pod. I need more science ears. How many screws do I have? 70? Good handful. Yeah, this works like a charm. Thank you. Very clever. Let's cut the days back. Cassavas are planted everywhere. Kohlrabis are everywhere. That is some extra dirty water everywhere. And that blows up in a day and goes everywhere. I'm surprised that still counts as partly good water. Alright, I think I have seen the worst this map can throw at me, excluding 30-day drought or 30-day bad tide. Oof. It's now a race to expand my water footprint. And otherwise expand my beaver nation. This probably wouldn't be another bad spot for big water pool. And because I went back in time, that's not collected yet. Injured beaver. Still just the one medical bed? Yeah. Where's the... Thinking of a thing, but I don't think Iron Teeth have it. The contemplation spot. I think that's Folktales. It's gonna blow! Kabray! Squeeze a couple of things right there. Potentially. Haulers are still hauling. Perfect. Alright, I think I begin working on long-term project of setting up backflow system so that my mine doesn't flood, so that this could be farmable land. Also, here's a thought. How does up one side, discharge on the other, max depth of 8 meters? Interesting. What fresh heck blasted open? This blasted open. It's a bad water seep added on top of a bad water pipe and is now flooding a mines area. Look at all of that bad water. Whew. That mine is dry. That's good news. So I think metal source wise, that should be my priority. The water's not reaching that far. I think it's the evaporation rate. To have the green gardens is quite nice. Food and water are holding steady. Making plenty of screws, making plenty of cassava. More never hurts. We are holding our ground, I guess is what I'm saying. I could add a swimming pool for 250 science. It's partly contaminated, but we could add a swimming pool. Oh boy. You know, this may not be Timberpunk, but it is definitely met the... They didn't call it hard. Uninhabitable? That wasn't that either. Whatever they're marking for this map, it has met those conditions. Builder guys, there's just the two of you at the moment, so that's good for me. I think at this point I need to focus on expanding my factory system. One of those being the metal. I can create my own energy. Iron Teeth don't use windmills. Very interesting thought there. Yeah, hold on. Engage or disengage power. You can even set up splits. Interesting. Gravity battery is what I came here looking for initially. Okay. A water wheel wouldn't be a bad idea either. Oh, it needs a platform higher than that even. Interesting. The clutch and the gate are great. I see. That evaporation rate is crazy. Then again, I know I've been pumping the whole time too, but wow. I think that's worth the science. Clutch would keep the redneck neighbor away. It would, but funny enough, the power I provided to redneck neighbor is completely separate from my main power. I planned ahead. Okay. I think what I wish to do now... I could plant a few more trees, because I seem to be hitting the... I'm using all the wood I'm planting. A few more oaks would be nice. I don't think I'm ready for a tapper shack or treated pine. Treated plank. But those are in the thought process. What I would like to do is just hold on a little longer science-wise for a number cruncherator. Because at that point, the game opens up wide Because the science generated is like 10x that of a individual beaver. Yeah, 1 hour, 10 science. Yeah, 10x. And if I can power 2 of those... Alright, I think I buy steam engine. From there, I would like to get metal going. From there, contamination pods. And fancy science fluid. So much science. If I hold out for 600 science... I think that's the play. I'm going to wait for the science machine. Gears, 100 gears. I'm 20 short. Screws, I have 99. That's plenty. Planks, I'm good. I could honestly probably do some platform shenanigans to wherever I'd like to go now. Platforms or staircases. There any more science to be gained anywhere? I doubt it at this point. Most of it blew up. Most of it blew up. Okay. Those are some decent science valves. As far as I know, they can never be destroyed or any of that, so I might as well just mark it. So 4 of those. 5. I think my next target, outside of factory work and number cruncherator, gonna be the food factory, so I can make corn rations. Because the other thought, hydroponics, pretty cheap science-wise, but it's heavy water. 40 water and multiple days to make 45 mushroom. Food is not currently a problem, thankfully. But if I'm going to expand my beaver count, I need to expand my food, is what I'm thinking there. Yeah, mangroves are kicking in, kohlrabis are stacking up, cassavas. Cassava picker? I need another farmer. There's too much farmland for lack of farm. Actually, let's refocus. Okay. You are set for cassava harvest. You are set for kohlrabi harvest. Let me set you kohlrabi focus, plant focus. And let me give you a friend. Who left what building? Gatherer flag. Okay, so it was the secondary gatherer. That's fine. One day left to this second bad tide. Here's another thought. I probably should have put the floodgates on the opposite end so that it'll fill this way and around. But on the other hand, having it flow directly into this system probably was the better option. I don't know. It works, though. I'm glad it works. Lost a couple of good beavers yesterday. Oh yeah, I was going to add oak trees here. I think I've decided that's what goes here. Chopper can reach them. Planter can reach them. And apparently Planter is planting too many oaks to focus on mangroves. Understandable. Also, wait, is it, it's contaminated? That's what killed him. It makes sense. Let's have him stop wasting his time. In that close vicinity. I think once I can get contamination barriers, stop soil irrigation and contamination from spreading. Yeah. Treated planks. Yeah. $1,000 science. We're coming close to that number crunchinator. I'm gonna save before the next day kicks in. Population is holding steady, which is nice. I'm not going to drop that until I see bad tide ended. Whoosh. Alright, we're going to get a flush of bad water. We're going to send it into the pool. And then everything's good again. I want to drop your priority by 1. Maybe 2. Yeah, we'll 1, 2, 3 it. Came out of a bad tide with positive water. Heck yeah. I think this is obsolete now. Definitely. So on that note, been having a silly thought of how to stash more good water. And it's related to the mechanical flood pump. I feel like it's a up and over pump into a giant barrel shape thing. And slow that down so this fills up efficiently. This is never going to clear out at the rate the bad tides have been happening. Unfortunate. I think I blitz science for a second. So then I can ignore it the rest of the game. $350 logs, plenty fine. Actually, can't I do this a different way? Can't I? I can copy paste. Hold on. All right. Bad water for dynamite supplies. I've got 52 dynamite. Nice. Okay. That does work in my favor for rearranging some of this water situation. Bum bum. Da ba dum bum. Bum bum. Bum ba dum. Bum 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 bum. Do I make this a water pool? I think so. This is not related to dynamite, what I'm thinking. This is a long down the road task. But a bigger pool of water, a better chance of survival, of longer, more impactful droughts and bad tides. The fun part will be getting this actually built. The good news is, once it is, I will have water depth 5, 6. That'll be able to pull from, or whatever the heck. Dum, 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 dum. Seven. I think that's actually, I think that's fine. The fun question to ask now is how to get here to build this shenanigans. Um, 700. I think I'll just max it when I hit another bad tide incoming. That's right, they're getting pulled away for science. That's worth it. That was the other project I had them working on. Yeah. There's no reason to go into the pit. No. Alright. I know some of this is currently too tall and disjointed. I'll work out that in a bit. 1.2. Oh boy, we're sciencing. Part of me's thinking I do need to build a layer for keeping it connected. I feel like I could expend some planks though without too much trouble to fill that situation. They can build down from any height, but they have to be at least one below to build above, I think is the rule. Gather those materials before they disintegrate. 1.3 science. Got plenty of gears, plenty of screws, plenty of planks. Plenty of dynamite. Big is the water pump. Plus sign, I see. I might finagle that. It would need somewhere to dump into though. Poor contaminated beaver. Age 25. Oof. I need to get recovery, but I need metal. I need so many things to recover contamination. What do I need to unlock tunnels? I need science extract and 2,000. How much was the mechanic pump? Oh. And treated planks. Oh. That's not gonna work. And 700 energy. Oh. I was sitting here thinking of a way to path it. And the energy is less a problem now that I've remembered steam engines. But even still. 1.4? I think tomorrow I will be able to purchase the number cruncherator, and then all those science whizzes can go back to regular beaver life. I may keep one for good time's sake, but no. I don't think it's worth it. Drought approaching. Okay. That I can work with. Max priority, max priority. We're gonna top up both of our gigantic water barrels. Will be the goal. And once science dudes are done sciencing, number cruncherator will be the build project. I have so many max priority jobs that I do not have enough beavers. That was expected. Because 3 of them are pumping water currently. Food's good. I probably need to make a storehouse for blueberries. Mangroves, we got 2. Cassavas, we have 2. Yeah, I stacked one on top. Yep. I think we need more farmland for cassava. $350. No, it's the 5 smalls. Yeah. Okay. $1.5. Pause. We are immediately buying this. And slapping it down next to this. And giving it maximum priority while shutting all of this down. Excellent. Science will no longer be a problem. It is only a delay. So long as that building does not get flooded, that is the catch. And where it's located, I don't see that happening. Let's follow Zabajan. So what's the benefit of the math room? 10 times the output for science without having to have a beaver working it. One hour produces 10 science, where the regular building, 1 hour, 1 beaver, 1 science. This one just needs energy to function. 500 energy. Which I know this is only putting out 400. But I will take that 100 deficit to have it function at 80% power. I can focus on building power generator or something next to this building to give it that small bit of a boost extra that it's desiring. But I need the science to unlock a generator to be able to give it that extra little boost. It's a computer? It is. It is exactly a computer. And they almost had it built in a day with 10 builders. Not bad. I will let the remaining 6 finish it off tomorrow. Also thinking this garden setup, I need to cut some of the kohlrabi and put in more cassava. Speaking of, more cassava. Cassava. One gear and a few hammers away. The number crunchinator. Is now online. The other benefit to this building is it works overnight, which is fantastic. So it's a guaranteed 8 times 24, roughly 180 science per day for just having the building. Wherein my beaver workers, they could make 16 science a day per building. All right, that is a big checkpoint in terms of survivability and all. We did max out our water containers. Great. I'm gonna debuff this priority, but leave them going. Activate more haulers. Okay. And I'm going to continue playing with the idea of mega pool. It's not a bad tide, so that's fine. Where could I place some firecrackers? I have 3 jobs unassigned. Water pump, because he's low priority. Blueberry flag. Pretty sure the mangroves we're at rate. Lumberjack. As long as there's one. Okay. We've got wood, we got planks, we got gears, we got metal, we got screws. My next big target is going to be metal bars. I want metal bars. And then I can potentially heal this poor beaver, Zenma. Speaking of... metal factory. One line. Ooh. I should have bought this first. Also, this was a 10-day drought. Woof. I'm going to raise that so the water I'm pumping doesn't continue to pull from the main pool. I need to keep all this alive to keep food. Very much. What are my builders currently working on? Out of curiosity. Let me follow this guy. What are you working on? Collecting rubble. Okay, fair. It does need done before it disintegrates. Well, how did that end up there? Apparently building cassavas on the ground floor. Food is good, water is good. Yeah, I'm gonna let them do their thing. There are so many pipes. And there's not a way for me to block those pipes unless I build up a wall in front of them. As far as I'm aware. Okay. Nowhere near ready for mining. What small item could I give to boost happiness? Wet fur would actually boost, but it would waste water. Oh yeah, I could do the swimming pool. That's mostly clean at this point. Wind tunnel requires power. I don't think I've seen this before. Oh, that's amusing. Tail detailer requires the science. Need mud for the mud bath. Motivatorium. Interesting. Requires 200 power. It's a theater. Interesting. Zenma, I swear I'm working on getting... I'm working on it. Almost 400 science to get another power machine. This would be a happy boost, as long as everything's within 2 tiles. Being next to a house, that's guaranteed to hitch everybody. That is cheap to make, too. Boost the happy. I should focus on the generator, but I'm gonna boost the happy. You know what? They're always coming for water and food. This is a perfect spot for it. We're gonna hit a wellness score average of 10 plus. High score. And then we'll work on saving Zenma. What is this guy building lately? We're off work, so we don't know. We'll check it in a minute. Food's holding steady. Water's good. I think for my next farm target, I want canola seed. So I can start making canola oil. So I can start making soybean. Everything needs something else. As you would expect. 5 unmanned positions. Water pump, water pump. As expected. Let's turn one of y'all back down. Mangrove fruit, that's holding steady. Lumberjack flag. Yeah. That's all as it should be. With 6.7 days remaining of the drought. Oh yeah, I was gonna follow my builder to make sure she's building things. What are you building? The Great Wall. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. And that's not considered out of range. Interesting. And yeah, they can build down any distance. I got that going. 400. We're close to the next doodad. I really benefit from level 2 layers. Alright. I would like to purchase steam engine. And this building requires I have haulers. Luckily, I do. It looks silly. It looks silly, but it would work. I did say I was going to try and expand my workspace. But I was really more focused on metal factory and stuff. I don't think an extra plank maker would hurt, because then I could do... Or at least for Iron Teeth, 1 plank, 1 gear, versus Folktale where it's 2 plank for 1 gear. But the other thing, treated planks, I haven't reached those yet. I need Tapper Shack. Alright, I'm going to do what I think looks better. And slap that like that. And then... we'll make that a gear, actually. Gear... Plank... The positioning is funny. We'll make that work. And then I can use that as a walk behind for like storage right here. Perfect. I like how I've reached the point, food and water wise. I'm just like, oh yeah, it's a drought. I can focus on building. A good feeling. Alright, so in terms of storage... Alright, overnight science. I'm going to go ahead and buy level 2 platforms. But I can do this number. Yeah, I would have to build it anyways. Actually, this doesn't need reaching, but this does, yeah. Ooh, oh, yeah. This will be strictly for building purposes. Alright, so plank, gear. I could have another gear. Metal. Honestly thinking I'll just hold out and do treated plank. I'm gonna need so many gears. I need all of it. But otherwise, considering this situation, I need more power. 120, 77, 150, 270, 470, 800. No. 470, 500, 970. And I'm producing 800. I need another stove. Need another steam engine. I think I do the silly thing I did here also with a up and over. Also, I realize I'm either close to time or at time, so I think I will finish out this drought. And then I will call it a night. The game definitely kicked my teeth in at the first bit of tonight. But with a little bit of time magic, made things work. What is this thing? Gears? Yeah, we got all that. Scrap metal 30? Yeah, we got all that. We're gonna put a pause on mega size bucket project. Yeah, food and water are holding steady. Beaver counts holding steady. Doing good. Doing good. They build it right. They can reach all of that. This is the wall I gotta figure out, though. Too far from the district. Yes, yes, I'm working on it. Dum, dum. Really want the curved stairs, which requires the treated planks. Curved stairs are the greatest addition. I think that's how I need to have this. Not the whole column, dear Lord, no. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, whoops. Okay. So whenever they get to building that, they'll focus it that order. This can't reach that. That one's considered in range, really? Right now? Interesting. They can reach 2 high, but not 3. Okay. It's not registering because it's not high enough built yet. Okay. I'm not thinking crazy. This one I gotta figure out. Okay. That's fine, that's fine. That could reach all of it. How is that building coming along? Oh, I distracted him with the giant bucket. Bridge is done. That can go. Got 700 science. Great. Just enough space to not have space. That should be 1600, which is more than plenty for my current arrangement. I'm going to set that low priority. These have updated priority. What's... They're focused on the smelter because when it was placed first, I see. One day of drought remaining. Excellent. Speaking of Zenma, that should be plenty science now to unlock the centrifuge. Which in turn needs to have a space it fits. Oh, and it has to attach. I see. In one of the middles. That's why it was highlighting touching the buildings. For now, I'm going to set y'all low work priority. How do I orient this? Maybe I'll do this. I could space it out a bit to squeeze some more science, or more power. Let's do it like that. All right, low priority. Medium priority, less high, less high. Okay, with the plank makers done, they should be able to, yep, finish off the metal maker. I need a... Drought has ended, and so has stream. Good news! We've made progress. I've unlocked many a things, and I will unlock many a things more. Now I have the number cruncher. But that is going to be it for me for the night. Yeah, we'll just... No, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to... Stream part 2. SP2. Perfect. I'll know that's where I need to pick up from. Thanks again for this idea and dealing with the bad tides. That is definitely a godsend. I'm glad we got the Great Wall built. We've got the little bucket, and we're working on the big bucket. We've got the poor contaminated Zenma that I am now working towards getting the cure. I've at least got the buildings unlocked. That is a step in the right direction. Either who, thank y'all all for watching along tonight. If you're new in the crowd, feel free to give a like, a follow, or a subscribe. Every little bit helps out. And if you happen to be watching this on the YouTubes and made it to the end of the VOD, want to see me live sometime, come on over to Twitch. Tuesdays and Saturday nights. Vice versa. If you want to see some of my older stuff, head on over to YouTube. I've been uploading, most recently, my Euden Chronicle playthrough. And I just finished uploading the last of my Tunic playthrough. Quick announcement type things. There is a high possibility I will be out next Saturday. Really depends on when Easter get-together wraps up. But it is a noon o'clock in a distant town. And so, I'm going to say delayed. Not canceled at the moment, as far as next Saturday is concerned. Otherwise, I think that's all I have for the moment. So yeah, I will see y'all next Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, with some more Euden Chronicles. And next Saturday with more Timberborn. So, good night. Take care. See y'all then.